You are a ninja made dendy face.
That's rude. What's up? How you doing? That's all that you came here to say? Well, welcome in, Skull. I want to know how. Bro, start the game in a minute. How's your Monday? Oh, I'm getting a new Cash App card. Finally. So I finally have a card to use. Because I haven't had no cards to use for a while now. Making sure the mic is on.
Let's get your men something to eat.
Where's all the food?
Right where we left
Didn't
off.
see any in the tower. Did you find anything?
Just a stack of Mongol papers on a dead officer.
Let me see.
You read Mongolian?
If it's in Chinese, I can make out some of it.
Since when?
Since I had to read Sun Tzu. This was only a temporary depot. They're taking everything. Offshore.
The boats are in the bay. We'll never get out to them.
We got in here.
You're crazy. What did you have in mind?
Let's see what we're up against.
Roll out, gang. I don't need anything.
The Mongols have small boats on the beach.
We could steal one, but we'd have to cut through their army.
Oh, no, working. Why is that working? Try that again. Alright, this thing's not work. Why does it never work? It's always it's always off and on. It's never consistent. I don't know why.
You are a ninja made dendy face.
I don't know what I don't know what that means. You wanna try that again? I still don't know what that means.
Too many barriers and archers. A frontal attack would be suicide. I want my men far away from the enemy's line. Put your archers on that cliff. The Mongols will focus on them while we steal a boat.
Flaming arrow might set off those explosives.
That will get their attention. But we need them to look away from the beach. All right, men. They don't know we took the fort, so they'll be waiting for reinforcements that aren't coming. Keep them busy long enough for us to steal a boat. Then retreat into the forest. Look for my torch. That's your signal to attack.
Let's find a way
Copy.
down to the beach.
Copy.
We won't let you down.
Watching you fight back there reminded me of Lord Nagao's tournaments. You did whatever it took to win.
It was a competition. You fought just as hard.
Did I?
What are you getting at?
Nothing. Just remembering our duel.
We'll talk about this later.
If we survive.
I'm going to survive.
Like the Doge. Now.
I knew they'd come through. Look at that fire. This wasn't the plan, Chief. There's no time to fight. We need to get to that boat.
We need to move quickly. Take an oar.
I wanted to fight.
Can't believe they were trying to sink us.
Your men distracted the ship's crew, too.
Look around for a few.
Nothing. I never knew our duel bothered you so much.
Now you do.
No luck. You should have told me earlier.
Life took us in different directions. It was a long time.
No food here. Any sign of food?
Not here. Maybe on the next ship.
I'm still looking myself, bro.
Sounds like 4 or 5 guys.
No way around. Surprise them.
Greetings! Nice ship.
We have to move fast.
Damn, okay. Jesus Christ. He wasn't playing.
Greetings! Nice ship.
We have to move fast.
Archers on the next ship. You bought your boat? Didn't you? I gave it to my men. Guess we do it the hard way.
More models. Take them.
Oh. locked in, but I did die.
The food isn't here. It has to be on the other ship.
You switch here. I'll take the other.
Be careful.
Let's go and raid. Let's go and raid. Let's go see what we can find. And let's go kill some Mongols. He's going on there. Stupid. Oh, the bear. Damn. Bear fucked me up, bro. What's good, G? How you doing? My fault, bro. I was locked in. I just died by a bear. Ah. Oh, wait. Oh, let's go. Bitch. God damn it. A bear doing more damage to me than the damn guards are. I'm dying more from the bear than the stupid guards. Oh, he's no longer there. Okay. That was a hard fall. Oh, they all dead. Okay. That's good. I just gotta focus on the bear now. It's taking way too long to kill a bear, but I'm not trying to die again. He was in here already, right? Yeah. Got a creaking going on. Alright, let's go raid this ship. I don't need no more ammo. Is there even anybody in here? I'm getting more supplies though. I think that's everything, right? I don't know. Am I still missing something? I didn't find it yet. Is it inside the ship? It is inside the ship. I did!
What's in here?
Oh. I didn't go inside the room.
These look like battle plans. Better go find yourself. No sign of any food. There has to be something.
That was a stumble. Where the fuck doesn't got?
All the food they've stolen from us. Yuzo.
Is it a boss fight? Boss fight, boss fight.
I faced worse.
Oh! Oh!
To me!
Oh! Okay. We need to go outside. Hold the fuck up. Go wildin'. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, he killed them way faster than I could have.
I would have had that Mongo if you hadn't shown up.
I know.
Did you see how big he was? That's where all our food went. They're burning our food!
Yuzo, you have to go. Swim.
How? You just jump shit?
Let's get out of sight. They're still hunting us.
It's a good hiding spot. I promised my men I'd defeat them, and I'm going back empty-handed.
We'll find another way.
But how many will I lose before that?
I found something that might help. Mongol battle plans.
Do they show supply lines?
One page has a map. It's a start.
Hand it over.
We do this together.
You've got your own problems, and I am the leader. I need this, Jin.
And I'll need you at Castle Canada.
You'll have it.
Don't let them see you coming.
Just like you.
Do you think they brush their teeth, or is that not really a concern since they are at war? The tale of Araza. I said that wrong.
I need to find more allies.
On the search we go.
Together.
Alright, where to next? Let's go. Let's check out what this town is cooking. How the hell do I get off this beach? Why is the wind thing not working? I am going the right way. I do know that. Why don't you come to Arizona? Bro? It's a village? You have a... Oh, it's Mongol territory. Okay. How would I be able to... Can I get inside? Or is it too early? Oh. Never mind. Can I even be in here yet? I don't think I'm supposed to be in here yet, but fuck it. He's dead. I think they killed everybody. I should go to the hot springs and rest.
Wish I had some company in here. It's been too long.
Maximum health increase. No! Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do it again. Alright, since we can't do that, I guess we go here. Fast travel to this survivor camp.
You know about the samurai who's going around killing the enemy?
My wife's brother.
All my goods are useful.
Anything in here I can do?
Good day, Lord Sakai, you must do something. It's Kii's Sake Brewery in Azamo.
That brewery is the pride of Tsushima. I remember the first time I tried Kii's sake.
Soon there will be none left. The Mongols are taking it by force.
I'll see what I can do.
Anything I can sell.
Ah, wrong thing. Alright, how do I get out of here? Let's go to the undiscovered location. And then we do more of our journey. Ah. What the? There we go. $80 more, 60, 50. You're close. You're getting there. Oh, it's a Mongol territory camp. It's a camp. Let's go. I'm full of blood. The one stands. Spirit Breaker. Hold Y. Typhoon Kick. Hold RT to change stance.
We'll start some research.
Ooh. Sick. Nice, okay. Well, I took over the camp. It's my camp now. I run this shit. Oh, what's up, DJ? I'm sorry. I was locked in the fight. What's good, Palermo? How y'all doing? Wasn't trying to die again, you know? Are you playing Marvel? Nice. I'm chilling. Just trying to enjoy my Monday. I'm trying to get some hours in. No, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, well, I guess there's nothing here. Oh. That was easy. Are you streaming or are you just playing Marvel? Let's go over here. Oh no. I thought that was a chest. You made it. Hello, sir.
My lord, will you please help me?
What is it?
What you need of my
I have to get
assistance?
to a camp in the woods, occupied by people who are seriously ill. They need a healer.
The area's overrun with bandits and Mongols.
Yes, I'll need protection.
I can get you there. But the sickness concerns me. You're sure you can fight it?
Sickness isn't something you fight. It's something you have to care for.
If the people are as ill as you say, we should leave now. Stop the sickness before it spreads.
Thank you, my lord.
Today.
How did you survive the battle at Komoda?
It was thanks to a woman, Yuna. She rescued me from the beach, nursed me back to health.
She sounds like a gifted healer.
She's one of the bravest people I know. I wouldn't be here without her.
My mother did the same for me. As a boy, I was always sick, but through her knowledge of herbs, she made me strong.
She's the reason I'm a healer. Wait, I think I see something up ahead.
Good eye. Stay back. Let me handle it.
Oh, got more drama.
Please don't hurt us!
Hey!
We will drink over your corpse tonight.
That's kind of gross, but okay, cool. God, that move is sick.
You shouldn't be traveling here alone.
We had to leave our farmstead, my lord. Everyone there is...
How you doing, DJ?
What brought it on?
Spirits, our ancestors are punishing us.
We gave the Mongols our food instead of fighting back. When they left, everyone grew ill.
Now our home is cursed.
There's an inn just down the road. You should be safe there.
It's much too dangerous outside. Get indoors and stay there.
Thank you. I only hope the spirits don't follow us.
Oh, I see.
That's my sword.
Another job well done.
You're quite the butcher with that sword.
Was there another way? That's a fight.
What would you have done with the bandits?
In my experience, firm but polite words go a long way.
You have experience
mistake.
with bandits then.
I just think one should
This
try
food
to
is beautiful.
resolve a problem
Jesus.
peacefully before resorting to violence.
Spoken like a healer. You chose the right occupation.
I guess he did. Keshi village.
Healer! Healer! Thank goodness you're here!
Homeo, what is it?
Damn, baby girl. What's up? Shit, you looking fine.
What's wrong?
It's my son. I think he ate something poisonous.
Take me to him.
What about those suffering at the camp? We've already delayed.
It will only take a moment.
I'll help. Perhaps we can make this quick.
Thank you, my lord.
Let me go be the hero again.
What did he eat?
I wish I knew. We have no food.
I'll see if I can find what it was.
Thank you, my lord.
Rice basket's empty.
Okay.
Nothing but boiled water.
Wish they'd taken me instead.
Gotta go be detective.
Just a straw.
He just pointed out the obvious. The obvious.
Wild mushrooms. Half eaten. This must be it. I should tell Hanaka.
I'm home.
Did you find anything?
Half-eaten mushrooms.
You fool! You know better.
He must have eaten them out of desperation.
I can make an antidote, but I need river moss.
Stay with him. I'll find the moss.
Where's the river? Hopscotch on the river. Fucking bored. Get away. It's the whole deer just jumping in my face and shit. Like, back off, dude. Oh, caught him. From deep. River moss. This way. Right? Yeah. Oh, how did people... What? People definitely got lost back in the day. How did you remember where the fuck he was going? It's just a bunch of fields.
My lord, did you find the moss?
Here it is.
Homeo,
Thank you for the alert.
listen carefully. Crush this moss, add it to a cup of water, and bring to a boil. Have him drink the mixture, and he should be fine by tomorrow morning.
Those at the camp need us now.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you for saving my son.
Okay, I was right behind you, bro.
You know,
You just closed the door on my face. That's
the
rude.
same as the couple from the farmstead. Aching, vomiting, labored breathing.
Symptoms of poisoning. You think the farmstead was poisoned?
I'm almost sure of it. In which case, I'll need tubers to treat them. The moss was fine for that man, but tubers are strong. They grow at a nearby pond.
Let's be quick.
And right by the pond.
Would you like to talk to them? Ask them politely.
Oh, this looks spooky. I like it.
Looking for me?
He faked me. I got faked. This arrow nigga's getting annoying, bro. God damn! I got pinned to a rock. I was doing pretty good though, but I got pinned to a rock. God, jeez. I forgot how to use my... Oh, there we go. Okay. You know what? I'm about to blow these bitches up. Fuck them. I just blew up your whole team, bro. Now this is scenic. That was beautiful.
Over here, my lord.
You found the tubers.
Yes. Thanks to you, I'm able to harvest them. It's just... watching you, I can't help but wonder if you enjoy the violence.
I kill only to protect our people. I think about that every time I reach for my sword.
Of course. I'm sorry, my lord.
Let's go heal those who need it. Horse! Here.
The camp should be just ahead.
Healer, my wife, she stopped breathing.
How long has she been sick?
Bro, how many
The
people
Mongols came
died
by our farmstead.
a day?
We had no
Like in
food,
one day back then.
just water from the well.
I'm sorry. She's gone. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
You did your best.
But maybe if I hadn't delayed, with that couple and that man.
If we hadn't stopped, those people would be dead. You also wouldn't have figured out these people were poisoned.
Perhaps. But I still don't know how.
That man said his wife had nothing but water from the well.
And we know people started getting sick after the Mongols left.
They must have polluted the well.
A contaminated water source would spread sickness like wildfire.
But it's treatable?
Yes, the tubers will see to it.
Then help those you can.
Thank you, my lord. You have saved many lives.
Okay, next objective, lost at sea. The value of sake. I like to discover the territories that are question mark. Just want to see what they are. It's probably something cool. I don't know what the flowers are for, but I still pick them up anyway. I don't know if they do anything. I don't know if you can make craft things with them, but
Quickly, sir! Stand and fight me!
oh, top down. Oh, those are the top down. That would have been sick. Oh, you thought you had me, stupid. I don't have no more? Oh, I don't have no more explosive. God damn, he's wielding a fucking big ass sword. I don't know what the name of it is. God, okay. I was trying to heal. I did not have time to heal. Are they gonna be there again? Because I want to rematch. God damn it.
Let's go, son.
Ah, whatever.
She saw a samurai. Samurai on Tsushima. Perhaps the spirits of those who died. What else could it be?
Another hot spring. Nice.
Do you know of any supplies in the area?
No, my lord. But Kami will lend you aid if you pay your respects. Find the Torii gates, follow them to a shrine, and take what is offered.
They say a charm blessed by Kami can change one's fate. I could use that kind of help.
Yesterday I saw a flower so beautiful.
Okay, I found it, yeah, and whatever. Oh, I gotta use it, okay. I get an increase in health every time I use one. Obviously, I know that because I used them before. More hot springs, more health.
I wish being a samurai were as easy as slipping into warm water.
I don't know what that means, but okay. Oh, here you are. This one. That's a little bit too far. So we do that later. It's a little bit too far right now.
I wasn't asking.
Well, are they arguing?
Taka's counting on us. I love the kid, but this is too dangerous. It will never work.
We'll make it work.
This the samurai?
You can call me Lord Sucker.
Forgive me, my lord. I am Kenji, upstanding merchant, renowned sake brewer, And the best swindler on the island. That's why he's going to help us rescue my brother from Azamo Bay. That town's a fortress.
If the Mongols took it, we'll need an army to penetrate the walls.
Or a single delivery of sake. It'll never work.
Get your sake ready. We'll discuss the plan on the move.
Let's have a drink first. Talk this through. Now, Kenji.
The broken blacksmith.
When we get close to the town, you can hide in the cot with the sake.
The Mongols won't search it?
Not anymore. It's the same sake delivery I always tell them. They
Very well,
love
Kenji
my
packs
dogs.
up his
Dogs,
sake
Mongols,
cart.
give the dogs now!
You've been doing business with the enemy.
I keep the Mongols drunk, and they let me keep my head.
I agree with that.
Bose, you sure you want to go through with this? Anything for Taka.
Hurry up, old man. I don't got all night.
How bad is the occupation in Azumo Bay?
A few people fought back.
Do not
The ones
draw
left
any
alive are
unwanted
prisoners.
attention.
Or slaves. But you never saw Taka? No. But someone's been working the forge the past few days. Maybe it's your brother.
How long have you two known each other?
Since I was too young to know better. I was just starting to brew sake. So, do you know my first batch? Tasted like piss, but it was cheap. For a while, I tried to get Taka's help selling it. Turned out he was too soft. People told him sob stories, and he'd give them sake, free of charge.
Cool.
Mongols. Damn. You two better get in the car.
There aren't many. I can handle them.
No, Jin. Taka is so close. Please.
All right.
Let's go hide in the car, the little boys. Little scared little boys.
Get ready. They might search the car.
You said they don't do that.
At the town gates. I've never seen them this far out here. Das! Das for Azamo Bay!
Das! Hurry up!
That was close.
Just a little farther. What was all that screaming? Doesn't matter, keep it down. Is that what Taka's going through?
Your brother's a skilled blacksmith. They won't treat him like that.
You don't know that. We're getting close. Quiet.
What's that huge?
I just want to kill them all. I just want to have a big brawl. Azuma Bay. Azuma Bay.
I can't believe this worked. Oh, no. Somebody must have pissed off the Mongols. They burned half the town.
Thank you.
This is where we part.
I just want to see how far I
Keep
can
the
get
Mongols
today.
dark and distracted.
I'll do my best.
Yesterday was very short.
And you, Lord Sakai. Taka's waiting for us. Let's go. Once we're done, I'll meet you at the crossroads behind town.
We need a vantage point to scout ahead.
This way.
Remember, no alarms. Do this quietly.
All the prisoners suffer. Got it. Up here. Look, by the gate.
He's in charge. Slaver.
Master.
He's inspecting the prisoners like they're horses.
He might lead us to Taka.
Follow him.
We gotta follow him without getting caught.
Chiharo! Yasunbe!
pt.3 어서 흐르겠다! Huge Boston Bushu!
Taka's probably fine. He wouldn't try to run.
Let's go.
Fucking ninja status over here, bro. Damn. That's crazy. Triple S rank samurai / ninja. I love this freaking soundtrack. Medium W, wow. Why only a medium?
What is problem?
Your blacksmith, Taka. His work is shoddy. I think he's sabotaging you.
I know it. Taka's here.
He is only blacksmith.
No, I'm a blacksmith too, and I'll do much better work.
I cannot beat you. I get rid of him. But be ready to prove yourself.
That bastard! You killed Taka!
What's up, Cat? How you doing? Welcome in.
Can't lose the slaver if he reaches Taka first.
Stay close, Shima. I'll find a
We
way.
chilling. Trying to enjoy my Monday. How the fuck we supposed to follow him over here?
What do you want with me?
How you been, Kat? It's been a minute. What you been up to? That was a nice slide. I played this game for like 2 sessions and I got distracted. I gotta go back to it at some point. You definitely do. I've been enjoying this game like crazy. And really fun. If I just run, they won't see me.
Slaver.
Fuck. I was doing so well. No, I did like a perfect run. Nah, they just put me right in front of him. I'm not that bad at the game, damn.
No,
Please. I need to rest.
It's Taka.
I've been really enjoying the game, the characters, the freaking combat.
What did they do to you?
It's really just a 10 out of 10.
You're safe now.
We need to move.
you can't. They'll catch us, just like the others.
This is Lord Sakai. He'll protect us.
I need you to trust me, Taka. I need your help.
I'll try, my lord.
They don't look like they did really anything to him.
There's a gate nearby.
Then that's where we break out.
I wanted to start an uproar. Low key.
They found a slaver.
They'll kill us. We need to hide.
No, keep moving.
We can climb those crates.
where are we going?
Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Kenji's with you?
If he made it out alive.
What you been playing now, though? I think the last game I saw you play, it was some type of game. I can't remember the name of it, though. But all I know that it was some game.
Taking some more time.
Are we getting close? My sneak, 1,000%. My hiding skills, 1,000% as well. Alright, we're getting close.
Horses, they're coming for us.
Get in the tall grass and stay down.
It's Kenji! Taka! You made it!
Were you followed?
No, but we can't go back to my place. It's crawling with Mongols. We should go.
We have to put some distance between us and Azamo Bay.
What a good horse.
Rescue mission accomplished.
Haven't seen a Mongol since dawn. I think we're clear.
We need to figure out where to go next.
There's a place up ahead where you can see most of Izuhara.
Everyone alright?
I could use a drink. And some sleep. I can help with one of those.
Taka,
I can help with the sleep.
First time in days, I haven't felt like I was about to die. My lord, I am grateful. But how do you know Kenji and my sister?
I owe Yuna my life.
We have something in common.
Our trees rise.
I'm not built for riding all night.
So what are we doing here, gang?
Just over that bridge.
They have a forge.
One of the best on the island.
Good place to make tools. Maybe something to get Jin over the walls of Castle Canada. What do you say, Taka?
My lord, I'll do anything to repay you for freeing me.
Thank you. Taka, Kenji, get some rest. We can't stay here long. How are you doing?
Brother and sister
brother back.
united.
He's shaken up. Can you get him to Komatsu in one piece?
With food and rest, he'll be fine.
Your brother wasn't the only prisoner in Azamo Bay.
You're going to save them.
And make their captors suffer.
Good.
Why doesn't she
Right
come
for
with
Komatsu
me?
Forge. I'll join you when I can.
Jin? Thank you.
I think it's gonna need a lot of food and rest. The horse? Journal updated, 3 Tails updated. Unfinished business. Typhoon kicks launch your enemies further back and deal extra stagger damage. That's the poke. Flowing strikes. Increase stagger damage against shield men from all water stance attacks. of gales. Puncture. Drown your foe drown your foe with a flood of 5 rapid strikes. Automatically parry spear attacks during any wind stance attack. Deliver 3 piercing strikes. Concussive blast. Hidden blade. Garden throw. You're no longer vitally affected by a bomb's blast. Oh yes, rolling definitely.
Rolls out of high falls. Thief's trick.
Wait until the enemy attacks plus Y or X as they are swinging. Grants extra resolve on success. So you can do 2 of them. I just have a standoff when one enemy will rush in and open themselves. Okay. Nice. Grants 2 resolve. I finally used all my upgrades. Hello. We chillin'. Just going through Ghost of Tsushima again. 3rd day, I think. 4th day. Unfinished business. But what's this one though? Because we're like right next to it. So we might as well just do this one. We trying to see how far we can get today. Since yesterday was a very short stream. Am I going the wrong way again? Chillin', killing. Hell yeah, facts. Just kicking ass as a samurai. Everyday work, you know? He's in the village.
Mongols will drink that in an afternoon.
No, off the hook. Speak. What are you doing today?
Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?
Tea.
I don't like tea,
This
for
is
sure.
the famed Key Sake Brewery of Ozumo.
Please. This way.
The value of sake. You're wearing flip-flops in the rain and you're in the mud.
Apologies, my lord. I couldn't speak freely out there. The Mongols might have overheard.
The Mongols have been here.
They've been drinking us dry.
I can't fault their taste. Key Sake is the pride of Tsushima.
Especially compared to that horse piss they drink.
I think it's mare's milk.
Is there a difference?
When are they coming back?
Soon.
Take your workers and hide. I'll deal with the Mongols.
Find a ambush spot.
Need to find a good spot for an ambush.
Everyone, gather round. We need to get behind the brewery and stay out of sight. Our friend here is going to renegotiate our relationship with the Mongols.
I have to get that leather. I should have bought more sticky bombs. I'm trying to learn the new moves, but I don't remember them. Hold then tap. Hold. Okay, that's water stance. That's one stance. Okay. Oh, that's fucking beautiful, dude. Let me do my move on you. Yay. Water stance, baby. That shit flows like water. That's the point of water stance. Because it flows like water. You get it? Water stance? I almost died. That was very close.
The Mongols will be
Fourth
back
day,
when the men
we
don't
finally
return.
do it.
Can you stay?
We've been
You
streaming
could
4
drink
days
as much
straight,
sake
I
as you
believe.
like. It would be on the
I'm
house.
afraid you'll need to relocate. Try the Golden Temple in Ariake. Many have
Progress
found
is
refuge
being
there.
made.
Thank you, my lord.
The Vaya Sake. I want sake. I haven't had that in a minute. Oh, come on. You couldn't just give me that one? Charm of Resolve. We're definitely fast traveling over here. 'Cause that's a long ass horse ride that I do not want to go on right now. And we definitely gotta rest. Because we got fucked up. I wish you can play as a woman. Oh wait, I can't rest? It's only like once per day? I don't even know how it works. Or is it one that is new every time? Journal? Alright, let's do these two and then we do this one. Because there's two more. Go to this one. $430 miles. That sunset is divine. Dude, that's a picture right there. I don't know how to do pictures in this game. I didn't mean to do that. You can't take pictures? I'm surprised you can't take pictures in this game. I want to take a picture. This looks very nice. How do I capture it? No, go back to the map. I can't capture a picture, dude. That sucks. That's actually very lame because that's a nice shot right there. Hello, welcome in, viewers. Welcome in. Io Village. What the fuck? Oh, wait. I'm dreaming. Am I going the right way? Well, I'm going to the beach now. So it's on this little land right there. How the fuck you supposed to get over there? I can't swim. I did. I forgot that I could swim. I forgot that was a thing. You're supposed to click R3 to take a picture. Well, fucked that up for myself. Alright, what's on this island? Search for the man on a tattoo island. So, do you just live here?
Put that down before you hurt yourself.
I'm sorry if my lack of skill offends, my lord. But I have to do something. The Mongols captured my daughter.
Where did the dogs take her?
Out of the ships. The ones with the Lord's sails.
2 vessels. Who knows how many Mongols? He won't stand a chance.
Hello, first time chatter. What's up, Iceman? How you doing?
Sword.
Showing the love and support. I appreciate you being here. Where do you hail from? How did you find the
Just leave the
channel?
fighting to me.
Appreciate you being here. My name is Otaku-san. I'm good, thanks. How are you? My day's going good. Just trying to enjoy my Monday. Trying to get through Ghost of Tsushima.
3981 followed your channel.
Bring Maki back safely.
My name is Otaku-san, and I like anime and rock music. I stream a lot of variety games. And it is never a dull moment. Check in from streaming basket community, bro. I don't know what that is. Can you explain? That's amazing, bro. Me too. Ooh. What type do you watch? What community? I don't know that one. Also, if you read my bio, you get some background about me. I'm talking and killing. I'm too nasty. Look how quick I am, bro. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. streaming basket community Discord. Oh, I appreciate you. I don't know that community. What type of community? What type of community is it? Jesus Christ. Ambush? Ambush? Oh, didn't protect the daughter. Hey, can't believe I'm supporting streamers. Okay. I appreciate you putting my link there, and I appreciate you giving me a follow. Let me give you a shout out. Also, what games do you like to stream? Man. So close to 800. I don't know what the daughter is, dude. I gotta look for her some shit. I know that she's not on this boat. I know she's not on the top deck. Thank God about that roll, dude. Ah! Anytime, bro. Ah! No! Yeah. No! Get away! Back off! You ain't touching her. No! Fuck up! Bro, I was giving it work, not gonna lie. You're welcome. I didn't. I just joined the community and I was just part of the streams. Oh, okay. That's dope. I appreciate you doing that for me. Thank you. I forgot how to use my fucking explosive. I don't have any. God damn it. Bro, I was pressing B. That's crazy. I was dodging. That's bullshit. You know it.
Wait here. We'll return soon.
Oh, that was skilled. Ah, fuck your mom, bro. What, bro? Let's go. Let's fucking go. We did that all in a tiny ass room.
You'll be free soon. Maki?
Yes,
Your father's waiting with his boat. Come with me.
I'll stay close, my lord. Thank you.
We got some new clips to post on TikTok
You deserve this.
today.
I know.
Are you cowards?
I just can't believe it's over.
I killed everybody? Is there more of them? That's all of them, I think. At least we didn't die this time. Just taking what I can find. Parkour. Dive rope.
Maki?
I'm here, father.
I just left her behind.
Get us back to shore.
Right away.
That took me what? 3 tries?
Safe now.
I was with them for days, father. Days.
I should have come sooner.
You both need rest. Get to shelter as soon as you have the strength to run.
We will, my lord.
Thank you.
Iceman, you should send me this. You should send me the link to that Discord if I can check it out. But I also do really appreciate you doing that though. Next objective. Unfinished business. We need a merchant. We need to buy some shit. What do you want?
Hello, Mother.
Hello.
I was just remembering the words of my old master Saigyo. To cleanse the spirit, one must first cleanse the body.
Saigyo was a wise man who spent too much of his later years singing in the hot springs.
But surely you agree his words ring true. The healing waters, purifying steam, and shade from a red maple. Nothing beats a hot spring bath to steel your spirit for battle.
I suppose you're right. That's exactly what I need.
Thank you for the little pep talk, I guess. Let's go, my stallion. Let's ride off in the wind together, my friend. We need to upgrade our outfit and our weapons, and as well buy some new supplies. Return to Azumabad. We should really upgrade our things first before we go fight a massive crowd of people. But if I do that, I can't fast travel anywhere closer.
Let's go, son.
And that will be a very long ride, so. Oh, you dead, bro. You're done for.
We won't stand a chance. To do something.
My lord!
My lord!
We're going into Azuma Bay. Help us fight!
You just random ass civilians.
The Mongols are starving and beating our elders, punishing them for a prisoner who escaped.
Your elders had nothing to do with that. Where are they being held?
One's near the shrine. We think the other two are in the houses.
How are you planning to get in? The gates are sealed shut.
There's an opening in the fence by the main gate. We used it as children to sneak out.
I'll use it to sneak in. Stay out of sight until I've opened all the gates.
Thank you, my lord.
Unfinished business. Enter bay through the fence opening. I'm going to be stealthy. Stealth. I don't want no attention drawn to me. I'm playing this my way. I got seen, damn.
Here, you.
Dunzo, baby! But unlock a new stance in no time. How many? Okay, where are all the villagers at?
Here, you!
Oh, they all scattered all over the map. They all at different locations, so there's no point of trying to be out in the open. I have to free them by being sneaky. That's the only option. But I did kill one Mongol leader, so that's good. But I don't think they are. I don't think they are in this vicinity though. One of them is somewhere over here.
I'll kill you!
And which bishop? That's it. You will regret this. Show how to make Japanese steel, or lose head to Mongol sword.
There's no. Okay, I can't jump down.
Sit.
This is how we win.
The hell fuck is what? Oh shit, okay.
Arvo!
Milo, please, get me out of here. You're going to be all right. You're safe now. I was sure they were going to kill me. They already killed one blacksmith. No, he escaped. You will too. But stay here until it's safe.
I don't want to die.
Shut up.
My lord.
It's not safe here. Run.
I'll frame all of you.
They were working us to death.
You're free now. You're safe here until I deal with your captors.
Thank you, my lord.
Accept Mongol's rule. Ikhan Shamagur Shukhbol. Resist and be punished.
I was alone.
I was just looking for food. Nekun son tarafta. Gidello Dershwet.
Hold still. Are you the headman?
I am. The Mongols threatened to kill my people unless I accepted their rule. I was about to give in.
You were strong to resist. Remain hidden until it's safe to come out.
The Mongols are holding Konomi, our healer, near the shrine. She'll never submit. I fear they'll kill her.
That won't happen on my watch.
Make no fishing net. It halfway. Head then Udo Shabla. You catch fish.
Ah, burn him alive. Haha. Now, wasn't that clutch or what? Let's fucking go! Oh, that's a samurai. There's a person up. Ain't that person here? I heard someone like crying or some shit. Nope, okay.
Rough landing, but useful.
I didn't see shit, dude.
No, it's not safe. My lord, please free me.
You'll be free soon. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. They wanted me to heal their sick.
And you refused. Stay here until I've dealt with the rest.
No one is truly free until their new warlord is dead. He's taken over the headman's house.
Where's the last gate I need to open?
Thank you for saving me.
Here, you! Here, you!
Legio Jacinta.
Shut up. Dolphin with the 20 bits. Appreciate you.
Cheer one, 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 cheer
Oh, that's
one,
annoying.
cheer one, cheer one, Dolphin 10 logo, Dolphin 10, Dolphin 10DOLFREPPER, Dolphin 10, Dolph SKUL.
Why are they doing that?
Dolph 1.
Okay.
Dolphin Fan 4 Life Cheer 20 bits.
Okay, I need to fix that. That's crazy. I appreciate the bits, thank you. You've been dropping them like crazy. I already opened this door. How was your birthday? I know I caught your stream, but what else did you do? I'm looking for the last gate. Looking for the last gate to open. I think I killed everybody too. You had a good day? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Dolphin? Is this the last gate? Yeah or no? I already did this one. Shut up. End his misery. Look for the Mongol leader. 400 points is robbery? No, it's not. Why would that be robbery? Boss fight! That's my life savings?
Samurai.
That's not good.
Accept Mongol rule, and your people will not suffer.
You're a liar and a coward. You deserve nothing less than death.
I will take nothing less than your head.
And where is my free Prime Jesus, huh? I've been giving you my Prime sub. Where's yours at? With the look away kill too. I'm not even looking at him. And now we play our flute. I wish the flute was louder, but now we just walk away in bliss. We just kicked his ass. I saved everyone. Unfinished business is now finished business.
They'll see.
Charm of vitality, legends, storyteller.
Doing good, Sora.
Honored, buried deep. We got 2, 3, 4 undiscovered locations.
Do you need anything, my lord? This is an interesting find. Very recent.
Complete the tale of Lady of Masako to unlock. Oh, this is drip. And the same hats, of course. I want to look around this village.
Trade is difficult in these times.
The bamboo. Oh, wrong one. It was X. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We about to get number 6 soon. Another fox done. I don't know what the fox done is for.
Your arrows will strike like deadly falcons.
Nah, just one is fine. Just one upgrade is fine. What's this personal
Lord
value?
Sakai! A moment, please. It's important.
Traveling Clears 30% more fog of war on the map. A green firefly will appear with 30%. 30 miles of an artifact. 30 minutes, whatever. After leaving Papa's grass will crush enemies will be much slower to detect you.
This will keep you safe.
I want to get new clothes, but now I don't have no more money.
It's important.
Yes.
Like
What is it?
deadly falcons.
This way.
Falcons. I can see that. I also need to get some new bows.
This is my shop.
Are you trying to sell me something?
Oh no, my lord.
Where you going? What the fuck? I thought we was going up the stairs.
Here should be fine. No one's listening.
Tell me what this is about.
My neighbor, Harua. He's acting suspicious. He sneaks out of town at sunset. Gone for hours. Comes back at dawn. Last night I
Why is
found
no one catching the
went to a burned-out house
Pokemon? You
by the
told me to
cemetery
put them,
and
that no
left
one's
bandits
using it.
Bandits. That can't be good. I'll find this house and learn what they're up to.
Honored buried deep.
Thank you, Yuri.
Of course, my lord.
Alright, where can I buy the clothes again?
I am here to serve.
I'll see you again.
I will do my best to
No,
be
not her.
strong and secure.
Oh, okay, got you. You already have gold back? Okay. Where's the other person at? Were they in here? No. Here.
Speed, distance.
No, not you, lady. There was somebody else. I gotta pee.
Ghosts once protected Tsushima.
Everybody, I use the bathroom. I'm looking for somebody. Now I can't find them. Follow the fox. What? Where you taking me, Fox? It took me to a shrine. On in the shrine. The fox shrine. Ah, it takes you to the fox shrine. But what does the fox shrine even do for you? Charm slot. Oh, okay. Oh. Sick, okay. That's so many charms. Enemies stop hurting. Enemies stop hunting for you 40% faster. I got a new mask. We already had that though. Bro, look at my drip. It's all black. Okay. So now I know those unlocks more charms. God damn, I'm far. How the hell do I leave now? How the hell do I get out of here? Let's get the home by the Azimos Center.
Boss!
The merchant in Azamo said his neighbor met bandits here. Seems deserted. I'll have a look around. Lots of ashes. Campfire's been used many times. Old bandages. Not much blood. Minor wounds. Someone's meal. Eaten recently. The merchant was right to be suspicious. Need a place to hide. Wait for the merchant's neighbor and his bandit friends to return.
My nice straw hat.
Any trouble in Azamo? No, but I saw Mongols on the roads. I think they're looking for us.
We should hurry. What did you bring this time?
The statue of Inari.
Oh, that's valuable. I'm surprised the Mongols didn't take it.
Let's bury it with the rest.
Thieves. Need to see where they take things.
Follow the group
Keep
of
your eyes open
bandits.
for trouble.
How are the others?
Hiding. Mongols rode by the house a few times. But so far, everyone is safe.
So how do I become one of the special ones? Or am I up there? What do you mean? What do you mean, special one?
You're gone. Let's go.
You gotta donate bits or you gotta subscribe with Amazon Prime. 1 month free Twitch Prime.
Must be
I know
that
you
summer.
have it.
He's
Because
got
everybody has
Mongols
Amazon
chasing
Prime.
him all over the prefecture. I hope he kills the bastards. Almost there. The sooner we're off the road, the better.
What happened to Tamon?
The Mongols impaled him on top of an anthill. He screamed for an hour.
That's horrible. Let's hurry and finish this.
What are they doing?
I hate burying the night like this.
Better in a grave than Mongol shit.
They don't sound like thieves.
Hurry up. Something's not right. Yeah. Inari is safe.
That's enough. Don't move.
I just jump out the bushes.
Damn! I knew we'd been followed. Wait. It's the samurai. I'm glad it's you, my lord.
That's a strange reaction from a thief.
We're not thieves. You drove the Mongols from Azamo Bay. But what if they come back to raid us? We're hiding the most important things from our shrine. Just in case.
Sotaro! Kihei! Come quick! You shouldn't have left the others. That's why. The Mongols found the house. Our people are trapped. They will be killed.
How many Mongols?
I couldn't count them all.
Which of you can fight?
Me and Kihei.
You're with me. You two get in the house and protect your people.
With what?
Everything you've got.
More coming!
We should have run!
They're not giving up! Bastards get in?
No, you kept them away.
Not us. It was Lord Sakai.
Who are these people?
Travelers fleeing the Mongols. People who lost their homes.
And you protected them.
We tried.
You're not hiding those valuables so you could steal them later.
No, my lord. We're not trying to get rich. After seeing what the Mongols have done, we only want to help.
Then help me lead these people to Azamo Bay. You'll all be safe there.
Stop! I know bandits when I see them. You're not welcome here.
They're with me. These people need shelter. Even the bandits.
My lord, they can't be trusted.
They fought to defend these people. They hope you hold this town.
As you wish, my lord. Open the gate! Let everyone inside!
I don't know how to thank you, Lord Sakai.
Protect Azamo like you did those people.
I promise I will.
And make sure they know where to find what you buried when the Mongols are finally gone.
You can count on it. Thank you for this chance to prove myself.
Another successful mission completed. On to the next. Broken barriers. Alright, let's go upgrade our clothes. Armory, merchant, trapper, bower. Gift, swordsmith, armory, bower, no upgrades available. To undiscovered locations.
Here, you!
Bing bong squeeze me? What the fuck does that mean? I'm getting close to the undiscovered location. Looks like it's another village. It's another village. You have arrived at the target location. Oh, I gained all three in the bag. Oh, okay. Another Mongol territory. Leader killed! Slice and dice, fuck. Oh, 2 black powder bombs. I'll take that. Bro, I don't know where you at. Are you the last one in here? You are. Bonus objectives completed, increased legend. Let's go, we just opened this whole map up, baby. The Mongols are going down. You guys are just fighting everybody, bro. Gear updated. I'm getting close? Yes, I am. Oh, we're going towards the beach? No, we're not. Another fog's gun. Oh no, this is a campsite.
My lord, anything to offer from your hunting? Here's all I have. Just for you. I need more for that.
Thank you.
Fox.
Come back if you
That came in clutch, actually. There's no old man that needed to tell me a story.
May I assist you, my lord?
How are these the only things you have? Undiscovered armor, undiscovered armor.
Good choice.
I also like the red one too. That shit fire. Oh, okay. Oh, I look drippy, bruh. I look dripped out.
Always happy to help, my lord.
Thank you, merchant.
Once the moon.
Oh, I look sick. $320. Looks like I'm going to another island. What's this? Whoa, Pillar of Honor. Twilight Oni. As night falls, death approaches. What is that exactly? Is that like a new skin? I think that's supposed to be like a new skin. I could be wrong. This one's closer. I'm doing all the question marks. Look at my drip in the night sky. Follow the fox this time. To earn a minor time slot. So now I know what these those do.
Master Solo! Chiharu, don't fight me!
fucked up.
A town plagued by endless war.
Servant of the people.
Lord Sakai,
Lord Sakai.
Kenji, what are you doing here?
something has gone very wrong, my lord.
What did you do?
Nothing. The Mongols have taken all our food, rice, millet, fish, anything they can lay hands on. We're starving.
You say we. This isn't your farm.
I have been thinking about what you said, and I'm trying to help the farmers here.
Where are the Mongols camped?
Who knows? They show up every few days and pick up the food and cart it away.
I could ambush them.
It's not that simple. They've taken hostages. If we don't produce the food, it's...
There must be a way to find them.
There is. You won't like it.
I will decide that for myself.
Servant of the people.
Come, I'll show you. They make us bundle the food and put it on the beach.
All of it from this farm?
The farm, scavenging abandoned homes, fishing and hunting, just to fill the bellies of the enemy.
What brought you here in the first place?
Once the Mongols connected me to you, most places got too dangerous. I thought an out-of-the-way farm would be safer. Food and drink for the Mongols, but the sake barrel is empty.
Your plan is to anger the Mongols more?
Not exactly. The barrel is very roomy. It could hold a heavily armed heroic samurai.
You know what would fit better? A flabby, flexible sake merchant.
The Mongols will take the barrel to the heart of their camp. Who could do more good there? Me or you?
I don't know why I keep letting you hide me inside things.
Because it works.
It smells like your breath in here, Kenji.
Well, that barrel didn't empty itself. Get ready, my lord. Here they come. Yes, yes, all yours. Take. No. That's Miko. Miko is my horse. Mine.
Nadamatas! More picnic bolson!
Ow! You can't do this! Miko! No!
They just killed his horse. They just killed his horse. That's crazy.
Kenji's plan actually worked.
Fucking arrow niggas are annoying, bro. God damn it! Bro, how these fuckheads so damn strong with these two swords? Nigga's like a fucking tornado. Fuck off! These fucking double swords, nigga, bro. Like a fucking tornado. What the? Okay, whatever. That was so stupid. Whatever. That made no fucking sense. Fuck is the bow nigga, bro? Cause that nigga's annoying.
I can't believe it. We are saved.
Take this food back to your farm. Give Kenji the good news.
Kenji? Why would I give him anything but a punch in the mouth?
What do you mean?
He's the idiot who got us into this mess. He tried to cut a deal with the Mongols.
Oh, Lord Sakai! That was amazing!
Kenji, you sake-swilling piece of monkey dung!
I'll handle this. Explain yourself.
I might have sold the Mongols food, but given them straw and wood chips instead.
To make a profit?
To save the farmers' food.
You didn't think the Mongols would notice?
Not so quickly. All of a sudden, it was punishment, hostages. Give us food or we kill you.
I was wrong to encourage you to make yourself useful.
What? No, no! No, you weren't wrong, Lord Takai. I can do good. I just need practice.
Try not to practice when people's lives are at stake.
Yes, my lord.
Really? Charm of all being one.
You're damn lucky that samurai spared you, Kenji.
I'm sorry, Taro. I was trying to help.
You want to help? Choke on a rice ball.
I can tell you don't want...
Nigga said choke on a race ball. That's actually really funny. Tales of Tsushima.
You talk about this, right?
Can I do this now? Going to do another fox den. I did fast travel, right? I did. Fox den is close. I think it's up here. Huh? Still going. Alright, Fox, lead the way. Completed. You lack an item necessary to complete the shrine. God damn it. What item is that? The grappling hook? I forgot you can fast travel to Fox dens. Unlock a new charm slot. Charm slot unlocked. That's in West Bubble fuck North, bro. That shit far. Hammer and Forge. Got him charm, bitch. Ghost weapons deal 20 more damage, 50% increase to knocking and reload speed. Moderate increase to arrow damage, reduces all damage by a minor amount. Moderate increase to health. 15% chance for enemy arrows to deal no damage. Moderately reduces damage taken while at 50% health or loss. Breaking a enemy's defense grants 15% of resolve. Suction speed, stop hunting. While at 50% health or less, healing recovers an additional 15% of health. Fast travel, then we right there.
Come here and fight! Yumhi gets samurai!
Hold still.
I just saved his life.
Can you get somewhere safe?
I think so, my lord. But the Mongols are watching from the crossroads above the river. Anyone traveling north from Azamo is in danger.
I'll see to the Mongols.
Your legend grows. The Shadow Samurai. Smoke bomb.
Incense mixed with black powder creates thick smoke. Enough to blind my enemies.
Oh, that's sick.
Outnumbered. Need to strike faster.
Well, hold on to you. Something got updated. I think. I think I'm going the right way. I am. It's just all mountain fields and flatlands.
Quickly, son!
We made it to the town. We gotta find him now. I hear people.
Fighting ahead.
Oh! It's my friend. Oh, they're in the house. Ah, she's fine. I think she's fine. Is he dead or not? Okay.
Yuna! Is that you?
Who else would it be?
You made it.
What happened here? Where's Taka?
Hiding with what's left of Komatsu. Mongols came a few days ago. They took prisoners, killed anyone who put up a fight.
Now they're coming back to finish the job. These were just scouts. The main force won't be far behind.
Then we have to go. Now.
We can hold this town.
What?
We need Komatsu's forge and its people. If you need to, you can leave.
No. I'm tired of running.
Take me to the others.
Hammer forge, hammer forge. Hammer, hammer, hammer forge.
Just for safety. One of them got trapped over here by the Mongols. She's alive.
Is it safe?
The Mongols are gone for now. We're going to the forge. You'll be safer with us.
Is the forge working?
Yes, but we can't light it. Smoke will give us away. Show the Mongols where to find us.
We can use it to lure them in. Force a fight at a location we control.
They won't be expecting you here.
Lord Zakai! Yuna!
Taka.
I prayed the gods would protect you.
I appreciate it, but I came for your help.
Yuna said you needed something. A new tool.
To save Lord Shimura. He's held prisoner in Castle Kaneda, and I need to break him out.
Quietly. With no one seeing.
This town has a forge, and you're a blacksmith.
The best.
I might be able to make something. There is no time. The Mongols.
I won't let them take Komatsu.
We're staying.
I need my assistant, Yukio. But we got separated.
Where is he?
I think he was looking for his wife. In town.
I'll find Yukio. Yuna, be ready to fight.
She always is.
Yuko!
Chiharu, there's some message ready.
How do I get up there?
I need help!
Yukio?
Yes?
Taka needs help with the forge. Follow me.
Oh, wait. My wife and her sister are by the river.
Lead me to them, quickly.
This way.
Stay close and follow my orders. Hide!
I lost the guy.
So much blood.
Just keep moving. Hurry.
The Mongols found them.
Stay here!
You cannot tell me that wasn't fucking smooth.
Saved enough. Thank you.
Yukio sent me.
He's alive.
Follow me. Taka needs your husband.
Matsu, my love.
Yukio. I thought I lost you.
Are you hurt?
That man fought like an animal or a demon.
This bitch got herself caught on fire.
That man fought like an animal or a demon.
Only when I'm facing Mongols. We're going to the forge. Stay close.
Yo, is she dumb or what? She keeps getting herself caught on fire.
Here, you! Polari Herhashu, Biatniku!
Assassinated all of them, bro. That's another clip right there.
Here, you!
dropping.
Yukio! He saved us, Taka! Thank you, my lord. The Mongols are here. Where's Yuna?
She went to get her family from the house across the river. Hasn't come back.
Damn. Don't light the forge until we come back.
I'm Yuna. God damn it! Where did she go?
Nowhere to go.
That's a long ass jump. How did he even make that?
Jin, over here.
We're ready to light the forge. Taka said you're looking for a family?
I was too late. The Mongols captured them just across the river. Those people took my brother in when he was an apprentice.
Then we won't leave him behind. Let's go.
Where is Samurai, Del? Prove, or I put your friends.
We don't know any samurai.
Where are the rest of your people?
They've gone. Please, let us go.
Legio Parsinta. Dosho!
Yes, you fucking do. You do owe me.
Here!
I keep saving all these damn hostages.
This fight's not over. Can you make it to the forge?
Yes. I think so.
Everyone stay close to me.
Where did he come from? It's a long story. The way he killed them. He's not human. Baby,
I got my shoes on. I'll be back, guys.
Thank the gods.
Light the forge, Taka.
What about the Mongols?
They won't risk destroying this place. That gives us a chance to kill them all.
If they don't kill us first.
Either way, this is where we make our stand.
Mongols are in the forge! We have to stop them!
Caught them both. Try my best. This man's still crawling.
I've never seen a samurai fight like that. It was nothing.
You are more than a samurai. He is a vengeful spirit, back from the grave to slaughter the Mongols.
Where do we hide now? You don't. Fire up your forge and get back to making strong Komatsu weapons. That's how we fight back. That's how we'll save Lord Shimura. Vengeful spirit?
I think they liked it.
Castle Kanade.
I read that samurai follow a path of honor.
It's none of the many differences between us.
Then why have my men found their brothers stabbed in the back?
Lord Sakai would never resort to such tactics.
War brings out who we truly are.
It has made you a dog, unleashed by your cousin Kublai to rape and pillage at his command.
Your nephew strays from the warrior's path. He will become what you hate, unless you join my empire's fight for peace.
You don't want allies. You want soldiers to overthrow the Shogun.
Consider my offer. Help your nephew regain his honor before his cowardice goes too far. And before I bring you his head.
Spicy drama.
I can't free my uncle until Taka finishes what he's working on.
Banners needed to earn a new saddle. Okay. That's new.
Honored to work on your plane, my lord. Give me more time. You're light to finish. Apologies. You don't have what we need to do the work.
Only 300 supplies and 70 iron.
Goodbye.
May your steel remain sharp.
not smart at all.
Lord Sakai. My name
I
is
get to
Emo.
make my own
I'm
banner.
working to raise the spirits of our people.
We have a shared cause.
I want to remind everyone of our protectors who fell at Komoda. Words are not enough. The samurai clan banners are powerful symbols of those who gave their lives for us, and why we must never yield to the Mongols. I hope you find more clan banners. I'll be here when you do.
That's it? You just talk to the nigga? Alright. More bamboo strikes? Your resolve has increased. I have 6 now, let's go. 6 resolves.
Allow me to strengthen your armor, my lord. Something for every type of armor. You need more to make these improvements.
Khan must have known a perfect place to attack Tsushima. But how? I've heard rumors he studied Tsushima and the samurai before he came.
You're running away from my village. I think I'm going the right direction. Another fox done? Yep. How did, what the fuck? I didn't know they can climb. You're taking me. That was low-key far. The last undiscovered location. Find the musician in Komtatsu. Komtatsu? I think I said that. Not correct. What's this blue one? I never seen this before.
A fearsome warrior. He demanded I tell him the tale of Shigenori's heavenly strike. When he didn't hear the answers he sought,
Never getting good timing. Well, you gotta be here more.
What did he want to know?
I am not sure, my lord.
Tell me the story.
Keep letting them
I need to
escape.
know what he's after.
When Tsushima was first settled, a strange and terrible thunderstorm swept across our island. Wherever lightning struck, beasts of lightning appeared. These violent creatures tore through villages, causing death and destruction, moving too quickly to be stopped. The people knew only one man who could possibly stand against the lightning beasts. Shigenori, the fastest swordsman in all of Tsushima. Shigenori never lost a duel. With years of practice, he had created the Heavenly Strike, an attack that struck quicker than the eye could follow. Shigenori lured the creatures to a desolate beach in Komatsu, where the sand would slow their movement. Their clash turned the sand to ash and bleached the leaves of trees white. Shigenori's heavenly strike cut through them faster than they could move. As the final beast fell, the storm cleared, and Tsushima was safe again. Shigenori began a life of seclusion. Few students found him, and only the bravest and most skilled proved worthy of learning the heavenly strike. When a storm approaches, a sword is placed at Shigenori's rest by a student who knows of its location to ward off attacks from beasts of nature.
Cool story,
The murderer wishes to learn Shigenori's heavenly strike. It sounds dangerous in the wrong hands. Which way did he go?
A woman fled toward a nearby bridge. He chased her.
He'll answer for what he did here. That's the bridge the musician mentioned. Someone weeping. Where?
My lord, so many. Slaughtered.
Did you see the man who killed them?
I know who he is. Yasuhira Koga.
I've heard the name. He fought for the Yarikawa clan. Would you recognize him?
I'll never forget that leering face.
Follow me. Perhaps I can pick up his trail on the other side of the bridge. Horse trucks. Yasuhiro was in a hurry. What more do you know of Yasuhiro Koga?
Only that he was a retainer for the Yarikawa clan years ago.
After the rebellion was crushed, the clan was dissolved and retainers dismissed.
Rumor says he left Tsushima, but when the Mongols attacked, he returned. From where? I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter. He cannot be allowed to live after what he's done.
Where is this man?
Mongols, hide yourself.
Bravo! Zipsige Bild!
We're pursuing a man named Yasuhira Koga.
He just left. He's been staying in the watchtower.
Working with the Mongols?
Yes, but last night they argued. Only made out one word. Shigenori.
I'll search the watchtower. Find somewhere safe before more Mongols come.
The patrol have been passed.
What has Yasuhira been doing? White leaves, like those bleached by lightning in the tail. The Mongols have their own version of Shigenori's tale. Maybe he wanted to compare it to the musician's version. A dueling ring. He's looking for it.
Woman!
Yasuhira is looking for someone who can teach him Shigenori's heavenly strike.
The white leaves. There are trees like that not far from here.
That's where he went. You've helped enough. Get to safety with the others.
Thank you, my lord. I hope you punish that monster.
Need to find white-leafed trees.
It's your fault. fuck do I get up there, man? Doing the dishes? Damn. Maybe next time. Thank you. My character got a sick drip. Period. Where's everybody at tonight? Trying to figure out how to get up this mountain.
Yasuhira must have gathered leaves from here.
Travel to the White Tree Grove. This is very scenic. Oh. Bro, I know there's a way to take pictures, dude. I just wanted to take a picture.
Stop! I told him everything I know!
Someone's being tortured.
Stop! I told him everything I know!
It had to be done.
Stop! I told him everything I know! Here, you see yourself. T-shirt. Stop! I told him everything I know! Finland! Stop! I told him everything I know! Finland!
There's no other way.
솜쇼기들 씹었어. 유자 떴다. 핀드만 너.
There was no other option.
I'm here.
Was a man named Yasuhira with these Mongols?
He wanted to learn the heavenly strike from my grandfather and took him away.
Your grandfather's in danger. Where did they go?
His old training ground. A dueling ring on the Komatsu coast. Please, save him.
Yasuhira cannot learn the heavenly strike. Good teeth.
God damn, the lane trick is crazy.
Someone cut that tree down in order to cross. Yasuhira brought Mongols with him.
nichts machen ordnest.
That must be Shigenori's dueling ring. What has Yasuhiro been doing? Poor man. Killed by Yasuhiro.
Got them shots at the bow. Appreciate the comment.
Blade has seen many duels.
I'm too good, bro. I'm a sharpshooter.
Footprints. Still fresh. Yasuhiro Koga. The butcher of the rebellion. Time hasn't changed you.
You were a child when Yorikawa burned, boy. For 15 years, I dreamed of cutting Lord Shimura to the bone.
You won't live long enough to face him.
The old man taught me the legendary attack before I killed him. Let me show you.
Bro, my clothes look drippy.
He's fast.
Lord Shimura should have taught you better.
He's fast.
What are you waiting for, boy?
Not waiting. Studying. Learning. Got it.
You get hit by the lightning? That's crazy.
The heavenly strike couldn't save you.
Bury the man killed by Yashihari. Ari?
You deserve greater respect than this. I promise I'll use Shigenori's technique to protect Tsushima against all who would harm it.
You learn a new technique. The Heavenly Strike. Strike without warning. Warning like the Uncharted Sky. Nice. I just learned a new technique. New technique. I thought the jump was at least a little bit less. I didn't. That was like. I was like a whole cliff. Okay, no, that's still a cliff. But we made it. We're good. Black Sand Inlet. Another haiku spot. Reflect on strife. Unknown horizons. On sturdy ground we retreat. Peer through the mist and will be. There's been a fly in this room for like fucking weeks and it just won't leave.
Unknown horizons. Peer through the mist and we'll be weakened from the fight.
Headband of strife, we're getting a headband. It's a fun game for sure. It definitely is. You cannot get bored. Might have to play myself. You definitely should. And I also need to play Final Fantasy Rebirth as well. I wish everyone just had Steam and we all can share games. It'd be so much easier that way. Two more slots and I get a new charm spot. I did everything on this side already. Hey yo, dreaming. What you doing, Az? How are you spending your night? Or your late afternoon, or your late evening? Whichever one you want to call it.
Who will face me first?
Standoff strike. After you win a standoff, additional enemies will rush you. Wait until the charging enemy swings their weapon, then attack. You want to see my new technique? Not having love? Oh yeah, that goes hard, right? That goes fucking hard as hell. I love it. Straight headshot. Caught him! Caught him! What about from here? From this far? You think it's possible? Caught him! I just observed him. I didn't have to kill him. Just killing everybody with bows and arrows. Off my stand. You can do it twice. You can observe him for one and kill him for the second one. Dope, okay. I didn't know that before. Y'all can come up here. So y'all gonna die though. Y'all not gonna make it. There's one more guy. I don't know where he is. Found him. New territory. Let's go. Another undiscovered location. If it's another fox den, that'd be insane. I don't think I'm going the right direction. I'm not. Another haiku spot, that's great. We made it to 5 hours today.
Overwhelming force. Heading to uncertainty. Fleeing warmth and light.
I need rejuvenation. It's gonna be 8 o'clock. As I appreciate you being here all day. Thank you for keeping me company.
When Uncle is free, we'll eat his favorite meal. Vegetables sweetened with mirin on a bed of rice.
More health increase. I don't know where everybody else went. Ugh. Sometimes I think to myself, is it worth it? I need to find my banners. Lead me so I can get another charm. Yeah, this place is real? Oh my god. Crazy. It's always worth it. How long until it's not? The Golden Forest. We need one more. Gift altar. Gifts available. We got 3 gifts available. Free gifts. Worn by a lord whose brutally was infamous. Thieves rap for those wishing to stay anonymous.
I met a group of survivors the other day. They've been seeing more dead Mongols lately.
Who's killing them?
I would say
Bandits?
I've heard whispers.
Upgrade a weapon time.
How is your armor fitting, my lord?
Damn it!
You need more to make these improvements.
You have my thanks.
We pray for your safety.
I pray for my safety too, thank you.
I can help improve your blades, my lord.
God damn. Last purchase.
Polished like a mirror.
Thank you.
May your steel.
There was something else here. Am I wrong?
I would be honored to work on your blade, my lord.
Am I wearing gloves? The fuck is that on my hand?
The way the fire flew through the air.
Mythic tales are now available. Seek out musicians to hear tales of legendary techniques and long forgotten treasures. Let's look at our new hat. I don't like the headbands. They're kind of corny. What the fuck? Oh, this looks stupid. Oh, okay, pink. We got green. Red, I guess. Oh, that was actually pretty nice. Ooh. That stands out a lot.
Lit up the night.
The Tale of Lady Masako. Okay.
Clan Adachi's estate.
I made
Lady
it.
Masako should be here.
Lady Masako! Warriors of Clan Adachi! Is anyone here?
Heard the noise.
Where's Lady Masako? Tell me where she is!
Who were these men?
Bro, I love my new move.
Not Mongols. And not bandits. I need to find out what happened here. Blood. Did anyone survive? A naginata. Used by the women of Clan Adachi. They fought to defend their family. They were trying to escape. Past the children through the window. If anyone survived, they may have fled on horseback. Better check the stables. Empty stables. Someone took the horses. Blood's dry. Horse tracks. Someone fled the estate. They left a trail. Footprints. The rider was being chased. Archers were hunting the rider. The rider was skilled, knew how to confuse their aim. A fallen horse. This horse belonged to Clan Adachi. Dead for days. Lady Masako, it's me.
Jin Sakai. They said no samurai escaped Komoda. My husband.
Lord Adachi died a warrior's death. Defending our home.
Our home. Why have you come?
The Mongol Khan has captured Lord Shimura. If your clan joins me, we can save my uncle and avenge your men.
Clan Adachi is dead. Massacred by our own people.
Traitors. Why would they kill those who swore to protect them?
I intend to find out.
I'm coming with you.
No, do not set aside your concerns for mine.
The family of samurai are my concern. I know what it means to be the last of one's clan.
I cannot be responsible for your death.
You won't be.
Ride with me.
I fought men at your estate.
They were waiting to finish what they started. The night my husband and sons rode to face the Mongols. The assassins came to our home. My sister took the children and fled. I stayed with my sons' wives to fight our attackers. We were outnumbered. And then I was the only one left.
That's how it ended for me at Komoda.
For me, it wasn't over. I buried them here with the rest of our family. I tried to save them, but the assassins caught them on the road. Cut them down. My sister.
Cut them down into pieces.
My grandchildren. Even little Natsu. She was just born. All I could do was bury her with her mother.
This never should have happened.
My sister should have been buried with her husband in the north. But at least she is with family. Come. We ride for the Golden Temple.
Sorry you endured this alone.
I am not alone. The killers are alive.
They will pay for what they did.
Every moment the killers walk free brings me shame.
You can't blame yourself.
But it is my duty to punish them for it. You'll have to go in without me. Find the monk named Sogen and tell him the fate of Clan Adachi.
What are you plotting, Lady Masako?
Indulge a grieving widow. Once you've talked to Sogen, find the armorer. She is repairing something for me. I want you to have it.
I will do that. Thank you.
I will wait for you on the other side of the temple.
Lord Sakai, it is an honor. Why do you think the Mongols took him prisoner? They were to keep him.
Allow me to strengthen your armor, my lord.
Lady Masako sent me. Said you were repairing something she wanted me to have.
The armor. It's one of the finest sets I've ever worked with. Let me get it.
Samurai clan armor.
It suits you perfectly, my lord. The quality is incomparable. It will serve you well, but if anything isn't to your liking, I can always make alterations. All I need are the right materials.
Thank you.
Your protection is my duty. You need more to make these improvements. Armor like that will never fail you.
Everywhere I visit, it seems more women have gotten sick. What do you think is happening to them? I assure you. I've hardly slept since I was born. Tell me, I've heard the news.
Do you need a swordsmith, my lord?
Sometimes I feel the fighting will never end.
Permit me to refine your armor, my lord.
Kami are everywhere, my lord. Watching.
I don't understand why they cut us off from the shrines.
I'm gonna try and find this one person, bro.
Why not destroy the shrines?
I told you exactly.
There is no substitute for a great bow.
Lord Sakai, it is an honor.
Are you in charge here?
I think of myself as more of a servant, my lord. Please, call me Junshin. I made this temple a haven for our people.
I'll spread the word.
If they cannot make the journey, there are also camps around Ariake. I supply them with all the food I can spare.
That's good to know. I'm looking for one of your fellow monks, a man named Sogen.
I believe he is sweeping the temple deck.
Thank you, Junshin. Continue your good work.
The beach must be littered with our dead.
Are you Sogen?
I am.
I am Sakai.
A samurai. Alive?
I have a message from Lady Masako. Clan Adachi was attacked. She is the only survivor.
The Mongols.
Traitors. Our own people.
How horrible.
Has anyone suspicious passed through the temple? A group of armed men?
Not that I've seen, but my duties keep me far too busy. Please tell Lady Masako she's welcome to take refuge here.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
Greetings, my lord.
I was just looking for food. Is it just me? Or has the millet gotten worse?
Your brother just...
Do you think we're safe here?
I don't know.
My armor will dull the Mongols' weapons.
You think Sogen is behind the massacre?
He visited my home just before the assassins. The little bastard was their scout.
That doesn't prove his guilt.
No, but it earns my suspicion. Sogen arrived from Kamiagata at the beginning of autumn.
When we first heard the Mongols plan to invade.
The plot to destroy my clan took precision, planning,
And a war to cover the treachery.
Where is that monk?
There's Sogen, leaving in a hurry.
Let's follow the wolf to his den.
Very hungry.
We can get down here.
I'm about to eat my dinner in a couple of minutes.
You sent me to frighten the monk.
I knew he would panic, make a mistake. Now he's leading us to his friends.
Stay close. We can't be seen.
I wonder if anyone saw me leave.
Hide.
Did he see us?
I don't think so.
Stealth mission.
He's moving again.
Let's go.
Don't you love a good stealth mission?
What's that? Oh, just deer.
That was very close.
Let's get closer.
This way.
Masako's alive. She has a samurai with her. That must be who killed our men at the estate. You fools. Now they know I'm part of this. You have to find them. Keep your voice down. I'm going inside. Don't come back until they're dead.
Those men slaughtered my family. Spare the monk. The rest can die.
This will make for a grand story.
If I die, I'll take you with me. Take everything.
Sogen went inside the inn. Let's go.
I don't know where my partner went. Oh. I'm fucking slow. Fuck you getting here? The fuck you get upstairs?
There's nowhere to run, Sogen.
You destroyed Clan Adachi.
I was only a messenger.
For who?
Knowledge does not end suffering.
You know nothing of suffering.
Masako.
I buried my family, one by one. It took days. But I'm going to leave you for the wolves.
We need him alive to tell us who he serves.
Our world has changed. Men of vision must rise to face it. And those in the way must be removed.
They were children!
Masako!
He was never going to talk.
We still need information. There has to be something we can use. Search outside. I'll deal with things in here.
Find me when you're done.
Okay.
Spare weapons. They expected reinforcements. They've run out of food. Must have been here a while. Names. And a symbol.
Shogun Sadao Mai Kajiwara. Omari.
Masako might know them.
Did you find anything?
A list of names and a clan symbol.
I found the same symbol on these men. I've never seen it before.
A rival clan, moving in to take control. We have to stop them.
I will.
You cannot do it alone. When my uncle hears of this, he will not rest until the traitors pay for what they did. Help me, and we will bring down everyone who hurt you.
Together. When you need help rescuing your uncle, I will be there.
Thank you, Lady Masako.
Until that time, I have work to do.
Three hit points. Journal updated. Is there more of the blue ones? I want to do more of the blue ones. Find them. Find. I gotta find this nigga. Two of 9 is crazy.
Give up yet, boy.
I'm not doing it. I can just fast travel them. You meet Masako at Golden Temple.
Samurai will never defeat the Mongols in the armor.
Lord Sakai, come quickly.
Lady Masako, do you have news of your family's killers?
On the list we found, Sadao was at the top. He's the head man of Kuta Farmstead.
Kuta's people served your clan. Why would he turn against you?
Because he is an ungrateful traitor. My husband appointed Sadao as head man, and he repaid that kindness with bloodshed. I learned he fled Kuta the night my family was murdered.
He must have heard you survived.
Sadao is a deceitful snake, but his brother, Hachi, is a fool. He just passed by the temple carting food for the refugees.
He will make an unscheduled delivery to his brother.
And we will be there to catch him.
The headman.
We have to go, or we will lose him.
After what happened at the inn, I didn't think you'd visit the temple again.
I came to watch for Sadao's brother, and mourn Clan Adachi's dead.
Have you given your family a proper funeral?
Not while their killers walk free.
After my father died, I said goodbye to him that same night. It helped ease my pain.
I buried them. That will have to do. For now.
When's the last time you slept? Or ate?
I had some rice and fish yesterday.
Even the youngest warrior needs a full belly and a rested sword arm.
Are you calling me old, Lord Sakai?
I wouldn't dare.
My sword arm works just fine. We should have caught up to Hachi by now.
Which way do you think he went? Both roads look traveled. Let's search the area. He can't be far. Masako, look. The man with the cart.
That's Hachi, Saido's brother.
He's leaving.
And we will follow. Close, but out of sight.
Another stealth mission. This better not be just straight stealth all the time.
What nice way for a walk. If we run into Mongols, my old friend, you're on your own.
Is he gonna move?
He has visitors.
We can't let them see us.
What do you have in your wagon?
Okay.
Food? Water? Other things? Sure.
Of course.
We were promised such. Get it? Not yet, but I have something for your guest.
It's a meeting.
We'll pass it along.
He handed them a note.
I'll stop here again at the usual time. We'll meet you there.
Forget the wagon. Follow those horses.
That man is an idiot.
He's the headman's brother.
Still an idiot.
But he has good sake.
Not today. Today all he had was a note.
That note is more important than your life. If we fail to deliver, the headman will kill us.
Sadal's a family man.
From a bad family. His cousins are bandits. Remember the riots that erupted? When Kuta Farmstead was short on rice?
Yes.
Who do you think hired the bandits that slaughtered the protesters? Headman Sadal.
A coward.
I knew it.
Right. So next time you think of the headman, remember the Kuta massacre.
woodcutter's house. Guarded by bandits.
Sadao's cousins. He must be hiding there.
We don't know that.
But we will soon find out.
Face me! Corpses can't answer questions.
There's someone in the house. I'll make them talk.
Let me try first. A note from Sadao. Hachi gave it to the guard. I'm not going to hurt you. My name is Sakai. Who are you?
Hina, Sadao's wife.
My husband is innocent. The Mongols killed your family.
Where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying.
She'll help us. She can't stay here.
I'll take her to my estate.
She is going to kill me.
No harm will come to you.
Four, five, six more. I'm logging out. I'm logging out. I'll play the rest tomorrow. We did a lot today, like a shit ton. So I'll catch out tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the bits and all the great chats. Everyone have a good night.